The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Death. Something the citizens of Shady Acres knows too well. Due to an unknown disease rapidly progressed by the city's expansion rate, and left with nothing else to do, the citizens take to the streets. They rush to the transportation center to take buses to the Chirp X Space Center. Large lines queue for the citizens' chance to escape the planet. The Chirp X Space Center, the last hope, is a place housing the space rocketing program. The city's survival, or even the planet's survival, relies on the Chirp X's Kerbal Space Program to teach us how to fly across the stars. With the help of SpaceX Kerbal Space Program, we will first learn how to fly a rocket. Next, we will learn how to fly in lower planet orbit before continuing to full planet orbit. After learning orbit travel, we only have one more thing to do: space travel. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Kerbal Space Program. What we left off with, once it loads, is we created a rocket that has a Kerbal manned lander on it. And we are going to go all the way over to Minmus. So if I get the rocket ready, we're not going to take off just yet. But if we go out here, we're going to go all the way over to Minmus, and we are going to... Actually, focus view, that should make this easier. We are going to do science on every biome here. Now, what I should do is, one, get out of this view and pause for a second. I want to get to the point where I have my notes for how to get to Minmus, even though I'm knowledgeable of this at this point. But this at least gives me like heights requirements, specific directions to burn so that things are more efficient. Instead of me trying to think of what is the best way to get there, this actually just tells me. And I also should have the biomes opened. Today is Wednesday. I am wearing the Burger King crown. Today is Whopper Wednesday, the most holy of the days. Okay, we go to Kerbin here, and then I should be seeing Minmus here, but I'm not. Is there a separate wiki for Minmus? Again, that just takes me to Kerbin. There might not be a wiki for Minmus anymore. I'm still looking just to make sure. That's still Biomes of Kerbin. That's the pictures that have been uploaded to this. Yeah, I don't see... Here's a link that I can click on. There we go. We're getting closer. Now if I click on biomes, there are very little biomes. Wow. There's a whole 4. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell me what colors is each biome. But, pretty much... Oh, wait. Today is grooming day, and I forgot to change my trimmer. Oh, no. I do that quite often. Actually, no. What I do is I'll go to use my trimmer, and I'll do like the left side of my cheek. I'll do like the first half of my mouth or something. And then it dies in the middle. So I'll have like mostly shaven, looking good on this side, and then just complete jungle on the other side of my face. Luckily, I haven't run into trimmer not working at all. But I don't know what is worse, when you go to pick it up, you use it, and you realize that it has no battery, or when it dies halfway through you using it. You don't want either option to happen. But what is worse? Anyway, on Minmus, there's only 4 biomes. We have Arctic ice, craters, sheet ice, and snow drifts. Now, I see 4 colors on the screen. There's like a turquoise blue, then there's a grayish white, there's a muddy green, and then black. The black, I can guarantee, are considered the craters because they're just circles thrown about the map here. The turquoise is, I'm going to guess, the frozen lakes. So I'm going to assume that is the sheet ice. And then around that turquoise blue is the grayish white, which I would guess maybe is Arctic ice. Maybe. And then there's snow drifts, which I'm going to assume is the green going all around the map at the normal ground. Although that could be considered the Arctic ice and the gray could be snow drifts. I'm not sure. But this is going to be pretty easy because if I just land at the correct lake, I'll be within all 4 biomes. And we won't have to go very far. So you quite literally say to people, this is my better side. Yes, like, yeah, I could. Trimmer dies mid-session is worse. Where do I see that? Oh, I opened up a browser on my other monitor that shows the different biomes. Because if I go into the map, actually, I could show the lake that I'm looking at, but it's not going to be very noticeable of where the biomes are. A little hard to see because it's nighttime. Which lake do I need to go? There's one that kind of looks like an N. Where's that at? I don't know if this is rotated the same way. Oh no, this is the lake right here. This is the lake I was talking about. It looks slightly different than on the wiki because I don't know. Yeah, this is the little lake that's to the left of it. This is the weird, I want to call it a peanut, even though on the game it doesn't look the same. You guys probably couldn't even see that. How dare you? You're not allowed to look at stuff without us. The gray smooth area is a lake? Yes. It's going to be very hard to show the biomes because everything is tinted green like a mint. But this area here, the one that kind of looks more smooth, is a frozen lake. Then a small area around it, so I'm going to guess this area here, that's like going uphill, is a different biome. Then we have this higher point, which is a biome that goes around the entire globe. So that's the default biome, this slightly smoother area. And then right above this lake is unnoticeable craters. Like, I can't point them out other than saying this looks like a divot here. Is there a more noticeable crater somewhere? Like, this is a lot of craters here. You can actually see the differences there. But I don't know if that's one we want to go to. That is a lake, that's not a crater. It says that there's like 6 craters right up here. Do I have the wrong lake? No, I don't have the wrong lake. I might be looking at this globe upside down. Because now that I see this shape here, hold on. I can't turn upside down, so this has to be north. It's just the biome map isn't like a picture of this. No, this is definitely the lake that I'm talking about. Because even though it looks different, this is a separated lake to the northwest, and on the map, it shows an ice area. It doesn't show like a lake area, but it does show this to the left of something that looks like a Z. If we look at this going down here, it shows more water right here, which is the confusing part. Like it does show that this little pimple of the Z is right there, and then this would be going down. And then it shows that there's a little lake here too. I mean, I see this little blob, and on the map, I think it's counting that as a crater. I might be looking at an outdated map. This does say version 2.1.0, and I don't know what version I'm on. I also don't know where to go to look for that. I would assume. Wait, this says KSP2. Might be looking. I was looking at. I was looking at KSP2's Minmus. There are a lot more biomes for KSP1. So, and this is an even worse map than before, but it does show that different things are different things compared to the map I was looking at. Um, there are 9 biomes on Minmus, not 4. Poles, that's both north and south, which we found out in Kerbin. The poles being plural does not mean you get signs from going both north and south. It's pole. Same thing, north or south. Let me catch up on chat because I see that Sticky said a bunch of stuff. Probably fine. So if it's not a disgusting color, it's not going to be the right color. That's true. It looks like my little brother's head after he ignored the shit out of me. Funny. I don't have a younger sibling. I am the younger sibling, so I don't know that feeling. You don't know which version I'm on? I see what you did there. Yeah, there's no vanish. Uh, so on these biomes, which if we're looking at, you know, I can't tell which biome this is. Actually, I'm gonna click on the picture after I read off the biomes. We have poles again, north, south. It's the same biome. Lowlands, midlands, highlands. So it's the same thing as Kerbin. Then we have slopes, flats, and then both lesser, great, and greater flats. Those are 3 different biomes: lesser, great, greater. If I click on this picture, which is a little bit more colorful and gives the names of the biomes next to the color. Now, I can't see poles because it's white on a white background, so I'm just going to assume North and South Pole. We can obviously find that very easily. I can't really make out a biome compared to Kerbin. But anyway, this large lake here, called the Greater Flats. Um, I don't know if it shows up very well on OBS, but right here is another frozen lake. That is the Great Lake. And then if we go this way, because we could have went around the other way, but I think this way is quicker, I guess. Right here, including this little tiny portion here, which I can't even make out that's water. Oh, now I can. So there's a frozen lake here and a frozen lake here. This is the lesser flats. And then there's a bunch of lakes thrown about everywhere. But the most noticeable one right here is just flats. And then we run into an issue because I can't see one specific biome unless it's the craters that are thrown about. Where's the best way that I can show you? Not a crater, a ravine or a crevice. I doubt it's considered this. Slopes is going to be a hard thing to find. That's what I'm trying to get to. The last three things, the low, mid, and highlands, are pretty much just the mountainous areas. So we have what I'm going to consider this darker area is the highlands, because that seems to be the highest point, hopefully. Around it is the midlands, this flatter area that's still slightly uphill. And then we also have the area between this lake and that area. So this, like, bumpy area would I guess be lowlands. Going off of the color map, the only thing I can't find very easily is slopes, but there is pretty much random scribbles thrown about that is the same color as what they labeled as slopes. So we might just have to go around and aim for the general area and then just try and find slopes. Our easiest way to probably do that is to get the general area and then do an EVA and just walk around the general area and then try to get our ship closer to that spot. Because trying to aim the rocket without knowing where we're going is going to be very difficult. Luckily, there are multiple scribbles thrown about the place. I just can't distinguish them on this map, on the globe. If I'm right here, so that's beneath this. It does show that there is a big hill here, and then right underneath it is just a bunch of scribbles that I guess go down this way. So it could be this bumpy area. Like, this could be the slopes, because that, honestly makes sense. It's a hilled area. But I'm not sure. There's not an easy way to tell. Because it also says that there's a slope going in a C shape around here, and I can't make that out compared to anything else around the area. But who knows? We're going to find out. This is more exciting now that we have 9 biomes instead of just 4. So I'm probably never going to play Kerbal Space Program 2. Because one, people say that it's not good. They recommended me not to play that game. But also, going from 9 biomes to 4, that's a significant drop in biomes. And it explains why it looks slightly different than this globe. So anyway, to go over what we have here, inside this fairing is our lander. It has a small ant engine with a small amount of fuel. It's not the smallest amount of fuel. I think it's our second out of 3 tiers of fuel sizes. I did think that we should edit this a little bit because we're probably going to use RCX, which is pretty much propulsion instead of rocket fuel. Just to aim us and slowly move towards an area. I think it's easier to control. The controls are a little bit different and easier to manage. But we don't have secondary tanks for it, so I think we should add some tanks to the actual lander inside this little piece here. So we'll do that in a moment. But underneath here, we have a bunch of different stages. So if I look at the engines, this entire middle piece is one rocket. It has an engine underneath that I don't remember what it's called, a skipper. We then have 2 side boosters that is the same thing, but with a tiny amount more. So this here is 3/4 of this engine. Because we were trying to keep weight down, so we took off 1/4 of this fuel thing here. And then we have regular solid boosters. We have 4 of them thrown about. So we have a 6 booster portion. These break off first, then we break off the side ones, and then by that time of these breaking off, we should already be getting into orbit, but we might not be in orbit. I don't remember how far we get with this. These yellow lines right here mean that all the fuel in the side boosters drain into this middle one as we use it. So when we first tested this rocket out, we didn't have those yellow fuel tubes, and we found out that the middle booster, since it has less fuel, would run out before these did. So making it all go into the middle booster as we're using it means that these will break off first. And it's fuel efficient, I guess? Or it just makes more sense. But anyway, before we go, let's revert. Actually, we can't revert because I saved right here. So we actually have no choice other than just recoverable vessel and then go into the VAB to recreate one. And by recreate, I do not mean we're actually going to recreate it. We're just going to reload it. So we want Moonhopper Mark II. No, Mark 1 with boosters. Which is that same one. And inside here, if I go all the way in, I need to find a spot that we can put propulsion stuff. We could probably fit them in here because they are pretty small. If I look at this, that is not very small. Because that is a fuel tank. Never mind. We only have one type of monopropellant. I feel like that's not right. That's a drain valve. That probably does the same thing as this. That's a small fuel tank, which I probably could be using instead of this. I mean, it has less fuel, so never mind. But these are what we want inside here, I think. I'm gonna try and put these on. I want it C, but I also want it Do I want it rotated? Doesn't matter. I don't think it matters, but I do want this on two-way symmetry, so we put 2 in. And then I don't think we have to worry about this being clipped outside. Because honestly, it kind of looks a little cool. We could put this on 4-way symmetry and have it bumping out of the ladder as well. I don't know. We are going to move this up a little bit. I'm going to turn snapping off now. I want it a little bit centered there. And this should mean that along with our... If I go on 1, if I right click on here, we should have monopropellant in here. We have 10 units of monopropellant. This adds an additional 20, so now we have 50. And we don't use very much. So this either might be just enough, or it's overkill. But I am actually going to push these in and see what it looks like when it's in there. And then we can just do Control Z to pull back out. It does look a little weird being bumped into the batteries, but it might look better than having it pulled out of here. But anyway, I'm going to save this. We're going to make sure we have the correct pilot, because we do not want Jebediah being a pilot. We want our scientist, because our science stuff like the goo and the science junior cannot be reset without a scientist. So if we bring a pilot, we can only use them once and then they're done. We'd have to come all the way back to our planet and then redo the whole launch. If we bring a scientist, he can just jump out and reset the stuff, and then we can just continue on using him, which is what we plan to do. Now, I'm going to save again just to make sure I saved it, and we're going to launch. This time we're actually going to go all the way to Minmus. And as I said before, I have cat hair on my face. Somewhere on my nose. Don't know if I got it because I can't see it on my sleeve. Hopefully I got it. Now, to get to Minmus, I wrote in my notes that we should be heading, you know, roughly 6 degrees north or south of east, which on this ball down here, east is the 90-degree number. So we have to go either 80, 84 or 96 degrees. If we go an extra just 1 point, so if we do 83 or 80 or 97, that would get us even closer because Minmus is on a tilted orbit compared to ours. But we could just offset that tilt in our second maneuver. Our first maneuver is going to be just getting to Minmus, getting our Minmus interaction. Our second maneuver is getting captured and also adjusting for that tilt. If we adjust for the tilt now and do that 6-degree offset, it's less maneuver or less tilt in that second maneuver. We don't have to worry about it. The third maneuver is going to be obviously getting into orbit with Minmus. And then our fourth maneuver is just landing, which we've only done once before, so this will be fun to try and remember. Anyway, we're just going to go straight east. So let's take off. When we get to about 50 meters per second, that's when I start tilting to the right. Just right about now. I'll go to about the second line. And then I'm going to lock on prograde after it stops moving. But right there. I want to be about at the 60-degree number at 5 kilometers. So doing pretty good. I'm going to take off prograde for a moment. We're going to fly up a little bit more. And then back on prograde. And then I'm going to turn off locking on prograde when we hit this line at the 9-degree point. And what this does is saves on fuel. So I turn on prograde now. We break these off. Hopefully, nothing on the main rocket exploded. Great. Let's turn on maneuver node, because I have to focus on this small number for you guys to make sure that we don't go too high up. And as you can see over here, we have 2 fuel labels that are lower than the other one. This larger one is the middle rocket, which I'm actually surprised that it is not at a constant full. Maybe if I added more of these fuel distributors that it would stay full? Maybe. Who knows? But anyway, we are almost at 50 kilometers on our highest point. I'm going to go all the way to about 70, or, you know, let's go to 75. We used to do that for our highest point a while back, before we started doing 80. We're at 67 now. Once we get to that 75, I'm going to cut it, which is right about now. Why not 84? I like to stay between 70 and 80 as much as I can. It doesn't really matter how far you go. The higher that you try to make your highest point before you do an orbit, the more fuel you burn in the atmosphere. So I guess that would be a good reason not to do it. But pretty much I'm just going off of what I learned in YouTube videos. It's 42, but twice. Okay. 42 is the answer to all questions. That is from a movie, right? The answer to life is 42. Alright, we're gonna tilt further past the horizontal line that I want to. Because there is a bunch of controls. Am I continuing to go down? No, now I'm starting to go back up. Alright. It's a little hard to control because I'm not using the boosters right now, but once I get to that point, if I press Z, it's easier to readjust now. Now our prograde is getting to about the same point that we were at, and that's just because we're getting closer to our highest point. I may have turned on the boosters a little too slow, but we should be fine. All this is doing, going past our highest point, it means that our highest point is going to go down as our lowest point comes up. But as long as neither one of them ends being lower than 70 kilometers high, we will be fine. I am a little worried. That's our secondary boosters, we can break them off. That's an orbital vector there. And that is an orbit. Our lowest point is at 71 kilometers, 71.5 almost. And our highest point is 86 kilometers high. So in a way, we are doing that 84 kilometer height. That's like you said. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, that's right. Haven't seen that movie in a while. But let's break off our fairing, because this will allow us to gain solar power as we're going through space. And what we're going to do is we're going to come out here. We are going to click on Minmus, set it as an target, and then we're going to do our first maneuver, which first maneuver is going to be right about here at our AP, which luckily that is ahead of us. You should pitch minus 90 degrees, then full throttle. Minus 90 degrees will put us this way, going downwards, compared to how the orbit is. Actually, pitching minus 90 degrees would take us back. We would go out of orbit, because that's, that would be our prograde. 90 degrees is, no, 90 degrees right now is retrograde, or prograde. Minus 90 is 180 degrees, that is retrograde. So anyway, we are going to go this way, and I messed with the maneuver again, so I'm going to delete it, because I don't know what I messed with. All I know is that when I scrolled out, I was scrolling out on the maneuver. It's supposed to take you straight into the ground. It does not work that way. This game is more or less based on actual science, so it will not go straight from the ground up. You have to account for gravity and the orbit. So it's never going to go straight down. It's going to be like a an arrow. It's not like Ani, where it looks like you go straight up and down. It won't take me straight into the ground. It's still, if we get to a point, it'll still be like a very sharp arrow curve, but it won't go straight down. Anyway, I want to click on this. We're going to burn prograde. Actually, let's turn this up. Because what I want is to get way out here. And we burned a little too much. If I turn this down. We keep clicking. I want to be pretty close to that line. And then what I want is to find out where Minmus will be when I get to that point. So we're going to mess with the time now. That's these two arrow points at the middle. We want to go this way, I think. No, we do not. We want to go the other way. At some point, we should get arrows that tell us where we will be compared to where Minmus will be at the closest point. So if we go this way, I actually can't see. Oh, it's right here. So at this point, at the maneuver node, if we burn going to Minmus, it will be a little bit to the left. So we do want to go more left and then probably out a little bit. When we get to this point, it says that Minmus will be way over here. Okay. When you're revolving around motion, you're supposed to be always perpendicular to the radius of Earth, which means minus 90 is in negative radial direction. Oh, you mean radially in? That might do it. I was thinking program retrograde, not radially. I had the wrong axis that I was thinking of. We might actually have to burn a little bit radially out, or maybe just normal? I think we need to burn normal so that we can move up a little bit and get closer to Minmus. So this should be correcting for some of the tilt that we're going to be doing later on. Now I can actually see where Minmus is going to be. Whoa, that was a lot left. Did not mean to do that. Let's do a little bit. For some reason I'm not getting interaction anymore. Am I like too far down? I am too far down. Oh, wrong way. Let's go back to where we get that interaction. So when we get to here, Minmus will be way over here. That's not what we want. We want Minmus to be somewhere in the middle when we get our interaction. And unfortunately, it's going further up. We're going to be burning a lot of extra fuel just to do that type of orbit. I think what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this maneuver. We're going to fast forward time until Minmus gets way over here. Because at that point, it should be closer to the white dotted line, which is where the middle point of the orbit reaches the equator of Kerbin. Or that is... yeah, the dotted line is where it gets closest to the orbit of Kerbin. So I'm going to fast forward time. We're going to be in orbit for quite a while. Can you make a satellite that will revolve on the XY, or YZ, XZ planes, assuming all correct satellites? Yes, I can. You can make a sphere into an atom. So right now we have like one orbital plane. We can go upwards and diagonal both directions. So how many different axes is that? I think that would be 4. Horizontal, vertical, and then the 2 diagonals. It's 100% overkill doing that with satellites because you really only need them to be around the globe at any given time. For Kerbin, we actually don't need satellites. It's more useful for bodies away from Kerbin, so that at any given point, the body that you're orbiting is not blocking your connection to Kerbin. Like if we go over to Minmus, where I actually have another orbital sphere. So if Minmus, if there was a satellite right here, Minmus is between the satellite and Kerbin, it no longer would have connection to Kerbin. So that's why you want 2 other satellites around it. And all 3 of these being relay satellites means that we can send any science to that satellite, and it'll pretty much just, it'll grab it and then throw it to another satellite, or all the way to Kerbin. That's why it's useful here. It would be useful on Mun, but we're closer to it, so we could just wait the time. We're going to be doing this thing again around Muna, or is it Muna? No, it's Duna. We're going to be doing this same thing around Duna, which is our Mars planet, and also the end goal, we're going to be going to Duna. Well, it would still be 3 axes, as some planes just would be angled plane. That's true. But in terms of the orbit, I was considering it 3 different axes. Or 4 different, I mean. I guess I should say 4 different angles. But anyway, we're going to fast forward until Minmus gets closer to over at this point. We are going to be flying around... Actually, wait a second. Let's put us on normal vector. So that we should be facing the sun at every given point. Unfortunately, I can't fast forward while we're moving. So if you look at the ball at the bottom, we are getting closer to that purplish pink triangle. And this should mean that at any given point going around the orbit of Kerbin or any given body, we will always have solar panels pointed towards the sun. We're almost to the center of that point. But now I'm going to start fast forwarding because I think we should be fine at this point. Now, I do have to speed up quite a bit because Minmus is so far away. If I go a little bit further, we freak out because I am focused on the rocket, not on Kerbin. So the shaking is every orbit around Kerbin. You know what? Spherical coordinates are disgusting. They are very odd. I'm going to try to get Minmus to this star. And then we'll do our maneuver, because that should be closer to being horizontal. Let's not use them. I kind of have to just to get to Minmus, unfortunately. Alright, that should be close enough. Where are we? We're to the right, so if I put a maneuver here, that should be pretty good. And then I want to burn program. Let's turn this up. At some point, it's going to shoot off further than I want it to. There we go, we're getting closer. Oh, that is an interaction right away! Purple sphere means we're getting connected with Minmus. We might not even have to do our second... No, we do have to do a second maneuver. But very little. Let's use XYZ axes, or plane describable by z equaling 0. I just said let's assume spherical before. Okay. But for plane description, spherical bad. That's true. If we click on Minmus and focus view here, we can actually see where our rocket is going to be. So if I mess with the time slower... Actually, I need to click on that maneuver node. Am I going to be able to click on it? That's the question. It's in a spot that I have too many things popped up and I can't really click on the maneuver now. I don't want to see the descending node, I want to click on the maneuver. I don't want to add another one. Alright. Back to the rocket. We're gonna have to do it this way. If I right-click on... That's not what I want. I want Minmus periapsis. There we go. And then if I zoom in, I'll be able to click on the maneuver now. And then we want to try and mess with the timing slightly to try and get this number smaller. Why not use a wormhole? Because we don't have that in Kerbin. That's only oxygen included. close can I get to this? Or it seems too close. Alright, that went up. So right here is the closest. Where does it end up putting us? It ends up putting us below Minmus, which is fine. Our second maneuver is going to move our orbit to being the same as Minmus. Where is a wormhole in Ani? The, temporal tear. That could be considered a wormhole. The game doesn't tell you what happens when you go in it. Okay, so we're going to lock on the maneuver now. We're going to wait for us to ever so slowly get set up maneuver node. Never reached it? Neither have I. I purposely got me to a point where I can do the temporal tear, but then I stopped because I'm saving that to do first time with chat when we play Ani first time for our story. Which, we just have to get to Duna with this game. Then we play Infra Space. And then we go and play Ani. And I think I annoyed Willow enough with not playing Ani that she started playing Ani now on her channel. So for those that don't know, Willow is playing the newest DLC with dinosaurs. I have 900 hours, and I never got close to it. Well, you're still in the tutorial! Everyone says that the first 3,000 hours you play of Ani is just tutorial. How did we get out of the maneuver lock-on while orbiting? I thought it would stay in there. Anyway, the closer we get to this maneuver, the more prograde we're going to be burning. Luckily, we're at like a minute plus of burn time, so I don't have to go into the booster and edit it. We will have a little bit... Actually, we're going to have a lot of leftover fuel getting into orbit around Minmus. So this booster that we have is going to be just orbiting Minmus as a satellite for the longest time. Didn't get to do purple gas yet as well. Forgot the name. Purple gas. I would guess sour gas, but that's more of a pink. Like the boiler itself. Sour gas, yeah. I just wasn't sure if he meant... I know you're colorblind. That's why I wasn't sure if you meant actual purple gas, which is phosphorus gas. If you superheat either refined phosphorus or regular phosphorus, it'll turn into an actual, like, purple gas. But I know most people mean sour gas when they mean boiler stuff. We are 30 seconds past our burn time. I am gonna redo this node. Because I messed that up quite a bit. You got those as well somehow? Phosphorus, I think, is very easy to melt. I don't think it has a very high burn temperature. Or very low. Yeah, I said it right the first time. Very high burn temperature. We're gonna get this capture again. And I'm going to save. If I mess with the time again, that went very far out. I turn this down even further. What is the lowest point that I get on this? Looks like that's the new lowest point. That's fine. We're gonna change where it is. Actually, that looks like it's on the orbital plane of Minmus. Wow, that is very close to this white line. Alright, so the only thing we're going to end up editing later is the height. But anyway, we're actually saving gas now. So if I press F5, that's an autosave. I think I did it by mistake when I made a huge natural farming temp controlled area. But how would if that made it too hot? Also, I forgot that I had a mug, so I've been drinking out of the wrong cup. Let me put this cup out of eyesight of me. Put it right back here. Got heat from meteors. Got cold from Weezwort. And a heat nullifier. Yeah, you probably got hit by a meteor and it hit phosphorus something. Alright. Fast forward to getting over here. That's a retrograde marker, so we're halfway there. You had too many power transformers. We're also saving time on a burn time. So maybe I moved the maneuver over a little bit more, and it, is less of a burn. I don't know how it worked out, it just worked out. Get back to our maneuver node. Hopefully we get there in time for this. Oh, we definitely are. Now, after I get us at the correct burn, we're going to set up the second maneuver, and then I'm going to have a quick snack, which is just a little crunch bar. I'm starting to get very hungry. Again, I did not eat anything before streaming. I also killed my magma core way faster than I thought I would, so I ended up with not enough everything. I have yet to use a magma core completely. Like, I obviously use it as fuel. As a thermal power. But I never actually, made it go solid. I don't want to add a maneuver. I want to oh, that's not Minmus. Ah! Ah! Stop! Stop the burn! I just realized that we were going to Mun. The closest moon, so let's reset to where we had that maneuver. That's the wrong moon. I need to change this maneuver. Because we need to go further out. Alright, good thing I caught that. There's our interaction with Minmus. And if I can grab the right thing here... I think I have to zoom in this way and find... I want just that number constantly opened. Alright, so now we turn this down and get closer. $256, 187, 146, 45. Okay, 45 is pretty much the closest we can get. Alright. I think it's because it was my main power and didn't use other resources with it to preserve it. Still haven't tamed myself, but not in a productive way. I do use the magma biome for petroleum boiler, and then I use a secondary one for power consumption. But I guess maybe I have too many secondary power sources that it just doesn't always go off of that. Because it'll be my main power source, but then if it like drops in any way, it'll use like natural gas or hydrogen. Okay. So luckily when I was changing things, it automatically moved the rocket on the maneuver. So I'm going to do another autosave here. So that we are on the correct orbital path, not aiming for Mun. Let's fast forward to it. Now we are actually exactly 10 meters per second less than what I wrote down needed to get to Minmus. So we are saving fuel, which is perfect. We should have my clip today. What do you mean by your clip today? Did you make a clip today? Or do you mean the clip that you made on Monday? Because I have yet to add that to the BR vaccine. Yeah, I knew you did a clip on Monday. That's not added to the BR vaccine yet. Actually, it might have. No, I don't remember adding your name to it yet. Why does it take me off the maneuver node? It will be added for Saturday's stream. I just, I was too focused on updating YouTube videos of our previous streams that I haven't downloaded the clip yet. I should probably focus on checking the clips every stream and making that the priority, because it's only like 5-minute thing. Alright, we are within 8 seconds of a burn time, and this time we're going to the correct globe. I need to download them? Yes, I download them to my computer, and then I use a software, I'm forgetting what it's called, to edit it into one long video. I thought you would just play from Twitch. I mean, I can show it off by doing that, just playing it from Twitch, but the VR vaccine is one long video. And it's just all the clips added to it. I don't know how Echo does it. I think he does it the same way. He made one really long video of all of his clips. But I'm not sure. Echo was the reason why I thought of doing this. But since we don't have that many, it's somewhat easier to just make a video out of it. Then you can randomize it. That would have been better before. Since we're still at a small amount of clips, I'm not going to randomize it yet. Alright, I should be focusing on Minmus at this point, so that I can do small burns like that. That is our first maneuver. So now I'm going to set up our second maneuver right here about the midway point. And this one is going to be responsible for bringing this periapsis to this yellow line, and then also being within 15 to 10 kilometers. Where is the min-max planet? There is a Minmus planet, and I'm guessing you're doing a pun on it. There is no min-max. There is no min-max. It's Minmus. Okay, so if we go normal, or anti-normal, this brings our periapsis. It's bringing it closer to Minmus, but it's also bringing our orbital line down. I want to get that. Actually, I want periapsis to be in line with that. I don't want our line. Minmus. That is the correct spelling, the last word that you just put. So I want to try and get this yellow line be at the same spot that our EE icon is. And I don't know what way I need to look at this to make that. You know, right there it looks like it's pretty in line with the orbit. So that's our second maneuver. It's only going to be 3 meters per second, so what I'm going to do is turn down our thrust limiter. That means that we burn slower, and that should mean that our time goes up more. Only 2 seconds still of this burn, so we are not going to be doing full throttle on that. We're going to be doing a slow throttle burn. We follow the pink line, noted. I know you said yellow, but I also know I don't know what I see, what I see is. That's okay. Oh, this is almost completely anti-normal. Wow. I wasn't expecting the maneuver node to be directly on that. So, in a way, we are going straight south compared to the poles of Kerbin. Yes, we are going abnormal. The game labels it as being anti-normal, but it's the same thing. And then these two, I have no idea. I've never used target and anti-target. I think that is for trying to get two rockets to link up together when we do our space station at some point. Okay, so that is set up. I'm not going to save now just in case we mess up getting in orbit. We are going to be making a space station. We're going to do it the same way that NASA has done it, where we do it in multiple sections. So we're going to be sending multiple rockets. And then there are devices in here that I forget what they're called, but they pretty much just link two rockets to each other. But we keep Jebediah there so he'll stay safe. We can't put Jebediah in there. I don't know if we need a scientist to reset the science station part of the space station. We might need to hire a second scientist, but we are going to be using Jebediah to get everything up there. Because we don't want to use a satellite or a probe to do it. Anyway, right now, I'm going to take a few seconds to eat a crunch bar. We're not going to go into the BR back scene, we're just going to stay here and focus on this. Tori just used the restroom. More trips means higher chance to cross Jeb. Yes. So what I want to do for the space station is unlock better solar panels, because right now we only have those flat ones that you just place on the rocket. There are solar panels that rotate its actual mechanical body to always face the sun, no matter where it's placed. So those would be more beneficial for the space station, so that when it's going in orbit, it doesn't have to be pointed a certain direction. But we could just point the space station in a normal vector and still have the flat solar panels always facing the sun. No idea. Oh wait, I have sad Coke in the fridge. I'm gonna drink it now. What does sad Coke mean? Is that sugarless one? I get it. Okay. I didn't know if he meant like flat soda, where it's not carbonated anymore. Alright, so what I was trying to get to, because I forgot my train of thought, the space station is going to be multiple sections. There's going to be a main control center, which could be connected to any of these other options I'm going to say. It doesn't have to be its own piece. There's going to be a science section, which is going to have that new science place. There's going to be, obviously, a power section that creates the power and maybe probably holds all the batteries. I want one to have a rocket that's going to be connected to the space station in case we want to move it somewhere, ever so slightly. And then there's going to be a refuel station. So that's 5 things, but again, the command portion could be connected to any one of these pieces. It doesn't have to be its own part. So that's at least a minimum of 4 different trips that Jebediah is going to have to take. Flat Coke is disappointing Coke. Okay, that makes more sense. I'm almost done the candy bar. Alright. Well, I mean, in this piece, we're going to fast forward to the maneuver. Now, we should stay on the maneuver because it's anti-normal, and that never changes. I don't know what this is. Now, we did lose connection with Kerbin, so it's a good thing we did not use a probe, and we have an actual pilot person in here. And then as we get closer to Minmus, we'll connect our internet to Minmus, and then that will connect us back to Kerbin. Why aren't we connected? Is it because we don't have antennas? It might be because I didn't put any antennas on this rocket. That might be an issue. Hearing you say it made it sound like a metaphor for women. I don't know what you mean. Anyway, let's burn. We're a little late on the burn, but that should be fine. And this way, it's at least 30 seconds. And then we should be able to see our orange line getting closer to the bottom line. And again, I just want the parry to be in line with the bottom line. Which way do I want this? I think I want it right here. And that should be close enough. That's that maneuver. The flat cook. Oh. Last maneuver here is just going to be getting us into orbit. So, all we have to do... turn retrograde. That is too little. Turn this down, bring this up. Another thing we didn't count for is how high this point is. I think all I'm going to do is make that point smaller. And then we could correct it later on. I want this between 10 and 15. That is perfect. 13 is good. Let's lock on the maneuver again, which isn't too far away from where we are. And then we're going to fast forward, of course, over here. This should be another slow burn. It's actually quite too slow. I might speed that up, or else we're going to be waiting almost 3 minutes to get into orbit. On the other hand, I could have another candy bar as we burn. So I think I might just have another candy bar as we burn. Alright, let's fast forward over to the maneuver point. We should at some point get green lines, because right now we have no connection. Ooh, we are not getting any connection to these. That's an issue. Because I don't know if Bob is able to rotate us. Limited crew control, yeah. Okay, let's hope that we can do this. Because I did not think this through. I should have put an antenna on here so that we can always connect to some type of internet. We're within 5 seconds now. And full throttle. And the line we're focused on is this blue line getting into an orbit. I don't know what that interaction was. I think that must have meant that we hit another celestial body that's further out of Kerbin's orbit. Then we came back. You know, we still have about another minute. I'm gonna eat another candy bar because they're small. And I don't have any other snacks. As we get closer, I'm going to be turning down the throttle. I also need to pinpoint the lowest point. We're getting pretty close, and now I'm only worried about this number here that's changing. I'm not worried about it getting into the same orbit as this. And that's good enough. Cannot cancel this. I think that's due to our limited control. But all of a sudden I can't change that. I can still rotate the rocket. Wait. I think I still want to be on retrograde to get our apoapsis down. I just want to do it over here now. We're trying to crash land softly, right? Yes. But right now we're just trying to get into orbit, and then we're going to break off this engine. I'm in a relatively low orbit. Forgetting the word. So that we can pinpoint a place easier. Because obviously we'd use more fuel trying to land from way out here onto Minmus than over here. And if I do a correct orbit, then we can make sure that the planet is in the sunlight so that we can see where we're going. And this right here is our first probe lander. I'm not sure if that's where we're going to aim for. Trimmers charged. Have fun. Alright, if I can't fast forward. I see what's going on here. Okay. We're gonna just have to fast forward time until the rocket gets all the way over here. I don't want to go too fast, but I also want to get here quicker. That's a decent speed. We shouldn't hit that satellite. Perfect, we did not. Have fun lurking. Alright, and now I am just gonna try and get to our apoapsis, or periapsis. And we are no longer... locked on retrograde. Oh, that was due to fast forwarding. Okay, fast forwarding keeps us in the same heading that we were facing in before we started fast forward. Because it stops flight control. I understand that a little bit better now. But anyway, we're gonna put us back on retrograde. I could turn RCS on, that might help us a little bit. I think it's Y. It's not Y. What do I have to do from here? Because the lights didn't turn on either. Not Y. It's R. Let's turn it off because it's going to keep going off. Alright, we're going to fast forward just a little bit. Not a whole lot, because I don't want to get too far away from retrograde. As we get closer to the periapsis. We're going to spend some time fast forwarding. A few seconds to go back to our retrograde marker. We'll fast forward again, get further away from retrograde. Oh, because someone forgot to put antennas on this satellite. Thinking that we wouldn't need a reason to connect to Kerbin. Alright, at this point, retrograde should be following us, in a way. If I stop here and we go back to locking on retrograde, we are within a minute of being near a periapsis, so we don't have to fast forward for too much longer. Let's just get a little bit closer. Let's get between 30 seconds. Or within 30 seconds, I mean. Alright, and then I want not the maneuver, I want apoapsis. Because we're going to do full throttle burn right now. Now this does mess with our periapsis, or it would have if we did the maneuver later on. I think at this point we went past the periapsis, so that should be getting smaller. Which it is. I'm just hoping that we can get this. That is a good enough orbit. It's slightly elliptical, as you can tell the numbers aren't exactly the same. We never tried for exact same numbers. Can I get rid of this yet? I cannot get rid of that yet. Okay, so that's going to be stuck there forever. I wonder... Well, first we're going to do a quick save, because this is perfect spot. And then I'm going to go to Space Center. That rocket is still there. It did not crash. It is in no means of trouble. It's getting a little bit too hot in the room, so I'm going to turn on the air conditioners. Alright, if we go back into tracking station, I still have a maneuver node way out here. I don't think so. Is that a question mark with inner orbit? It is near orbit. Look at all the things out here. I don't know what any of those are. This says unknown object, but I don't know what that means. So if I go back here and we do fly again, do we still have that maneuver node out here? We do, but we don't. So the maneuver node stayed on our orbital plane, but did not go away. Alright, so let's go back to our map and see what area I want to land for. Now, obviously, we want to go to a lake. I could aim for this one where that lander is. Or we could go all the way back to our maneuver and aim for this area, since that's the largest portion of lake that we land in. And what would that be? That would be the Greater Flats. Alright, so let's fast forward until that portion is in sunlight. I should probably... No, I don't want to add a maneuver. I want to focus on Minmus. Go a little bit faster, because that's not moving very easily. Or very quickly, I mean. Alright, that whole area is now in sunlight. What we want to do is put our lander about a third of a way away from it. So pretty much where the maneuver node is, I think. And then we're going to burn retrograde again. But what I want to do first is stage. Or should we just break this off in our maneuver? Let's break it off within the maneuver. Because we could have this crash land into Minmus and then not have to worry about any space debris being in space. I mean, I could just delete or terminate the debris later on. Anyway, we are ever so slowly going to where retrograde marker is. Still can't get rid of that maneuver node. Isn't that retrograde right there? I think we have zero control over this rocket at this point. Because we're still heading in this direction. Okay, let's just work with it then, I guess. Hopefully when I turn the boosters back on, we'll be on retrograde at that point. Because that's prograde. We definitely have enough electrical charge, so it's not power that we're worried about here. And we are going past where I want to be. Alright, chat, I can't save this the way that I'm thinking of. We're gonna do a slightly more difficult burn. Just right here. So if I go to this and we burn like this. I'm only focusing where this line is going. Alright, that's good enough. The rest is going to be in this view. Because now I want to go to retrograde. All of a sudden, we're able to turn better now. Does RCS help us at all? Oh wait, did I want to be on retrograde yet? Or prograde? I think I wanted to be on retrograde, so when I break off the rocket, it falls before we do. So I just spun around for nothing. Now we're getting the wobbles again because we're slowing down. Once we get into the retrograde, I'm going to turn off the thrusters. And then we're going to turn this onto height. And we're going to break this off. So now we are only this portion that will hopefully crash land and break apart. And all we want to do is burn this way a little bit to try and push our retrograde up to the top of this globe. So first thing I'm going to do is rotate us. Because I'm going to take that off, and what I want to do is slow burn this way. Because doing this should mean that our retrograde is going up on the ball. If I do it a little bit more. Do a little bit more. I can't tell if it's moving. I don't think it's moving at all. No, it is. I can tell it's getting closer to that line now. Let's just go even more speed. Follow it up. Maybe if I get closer to it, I can push it away. If I just do max throttle. I should probably do landing gears now for when we actually land. And we're going to ignore that maneuver node that I can't delete. We're just going to keep bringing up this retrograde vector. We have a lot of fuel. We should be fine. Actually, if I just lock on retrograde, what happens? I don't think it is doing what I want it to do. I'm going to take off retrograde. And we're going to aim like this. Because I think we're going to end up landing somewhere over here. So I think instead of pushing retrograde up, I should have been pulling it up. It could have also been my speed, because it seems like it's pulling up faster now, the slower we get. Still can't delete that maneuver node yet. I feel like I'm too high. We are getting closer. I don't know how slow I have to go. But we're getting there nonetheless. That must have been our fuel thruster somewhere. I think we're going too fast. Uh-oh. Yeah, I had a feeling. Well. There goes that whole thing. Can I... save this? I don't think... I can... What I can do is... come save. This should be when we're at the launch pad. Although it wouldn't have the monopropellant inside. So what we're going to do is terminate this. Do I want relays or do I want regular antennas? Probably want regular antennas. So if I zoom in all the way in here, that does have the monopropellant. Okay, so when we saved, it did save that being there. Alright, then where do we want to put the antennas? I think we want the sideways antennas. Rotate it this way. I pressed too many buttons and it ended up rotating the wrong way. If I do 3, what does that look like? Puts it on the door. That is not what we want. What if I put it here? On the door on the other side. Okay. What if I go here? Back to being on the door. So it wants to be right here. is not going to work for that one. If I grab this, and then we're going to rotate them because I don't want them poking outwards like that. We want the red icon. Are these going to be in the way of the parachute? Maybe, so we're going to move them a little bit. Move them out. And move them down. And I'm probably going to need an action group for those. Clients, collect. Nothing, nothing. Okay. You are going to have extend. Or toggle. Let's do toggle instead. Okay, who's the crew? Jebediah's still the crew. We're putting bot back on. Save this. Launch. And then when we get it into space, we're going to extend the antennas, and that should mean that we have connection at all times. I am going to do a full save right here. So that's quick save 12. And let's redo everything we just did. This time, a little bit quicker, hopefully. And I think we'll save that last rocket stage for slowing us down quicker on Minmus. Because we want to be going almost practically 0 meters per second as we get to the ground. Alright, we're about at the quarter way there, so we're going to stop prograde. Now that we're at 5,000, we'll go back on prograde until we get to the 45-degree curve. At that point, we should be breaking off our solid boosters. Right here. Please don't break something. And that broke everything. Alright. We're ready to launch. Sometimes it breaks off correctly, other times it doesn't. I don't know how to make them not rub against the engine as it goes out. I think it's just the angle that the rocket is at when we do it. Alright, I'm gonna stay here for a moment. Let's lock on prograde. Again, it's all the same stuff that we did already. Keep that open so I can see our highest point as we get up higher. I'm gonna stay here, because hopefully this angle, they won't hit us. That broke off one of our fins. I'm gonna try to do this to where it doesn't hit us. What if we put them out further? Like if I, move the decoupler to the middle, and then we put strut portions away further so that it's like just standing out further. This will be so that we never have this problem again. If I take this off, and we go into structural, I grab one of these. Now, for some reason, it's not automatically on four-way symmetry, but now it is. And then I grab some more. This is gonna look weird overall, but I'm hoping it serves the function I'm trying to do. And then this, I just want it to go up. Let's see how high up it goes first by doing this. That could be considered halfway. I will allow it. It's not 100% where I want it, but it's close enough. This really does look weird now. Can I move this decoupler this way? No, that is doing weird things. Do I want to rotate it? I think I just want to rotate it. So that they're more equally spaced over here. While we're looking at this, why don't I just have them on here? Let's see if this looks any weirder when we're done. Or flies any weirder. I'll call this Mark II. Because we might just go back to doing Mark I after we try some things. Alright, everything should still be set up the same way. So I won't have to worry about phasing. We have a little bit of wiggle because I think I need struts, like these strut cases down here, but we might not need them. Here's my tilt. And lock on prograde. Then we do the usual stuff. We're close enough to our max height where I want to be, so I'm just going to keep going on prograde for right now. We are pretty spot on. So I'm going to cut off prograde right here. And let's see how these break off. They still hit us. Let's try one more type of rocket. And I think I went to launch instead of to the VAB. I did. Take this off, we take these off. We put you back onto these. I don't know why it didn't do four-way symmetry, but it doesn't matter because what we're going to do is take this off. Two-way symmetry and hope that this doesn't place it in a weird way. It doesn't. Okay. The first set is going to go there. I don't want just that. I want this whole thing. And then this set is going to go over on this side. They're a little high, so if I take the decoupler down a little bit. Okay. How are they set up? Perfect. Perfect. Yes. Everything looks good. Let's save this as the Mark III. Can I... There we go. I don't know why it wasn't letting me click on that. Save that. Start launch. We had this idea in our last stream to see if a rocket could be done like this. We just never tried it. So hopefully these are far enough away from pieces that it won't hit too much on the way down. Alright. Lock on prograde as it goes. And we're a little shy near our halfway point, so I'm just going to take off prograde for right now. And back on prograde. Now off, because we're about to take these off, and then I'll go back on prograde until we get to that middle spot. There is actually a Venomoth in chat. Let me catch that Venomoth. Or at least try. That is Gen 3 noises. In terms of the sound played. Alright, let's see how these break off. Breaks the boosters completely off. I need a way to push them away at the top. I need a little booster thing on here. What if I put these on the sides? Nice, I caught Venomoth. You know, I don't think I actually want it. I don't think I want it mirrored. I think I want to put these in one at a time. But just make sure that they're rotated the right way. That does touch, but we're going to change that in a moment. That's that one. Let's copy it to this side as well. Yes, I do need to add fuel, but we're going to change that after I get the boosters set up the way that I want them to be. I want to get them about equal height. Doesn't have to be, but I want them to be. Alright, now how far out do I need them to be pushed? Quite a bit, actually. And just in case, Let's add some struts in here. Make sure they don't break off. Now, that is going to mess with the aerodynamics going up, but hopefully not too much. If anything, they might work like fins. And then what I want is a small amount of fuel for that to break off. Maybe one of these on the side. I do want this one snapping, but I want to rotate it the correct way. We're getting closer. It was this way, I just don't like how it's being placed. That's fine. Alright, this is going to be called Mark IV, obviously. And what we want is to have all 4 of those boosters go off the same time we decouple these. So you go up there, you go up here, go up here, and you go up here. So everything else works the same way. When we decouple the first boosters, these go off. And they should push it away. Do we still have Bob, or do we have Jebediah? We have Jebediah. Let's put Bob in here. Save again. Start. SAS, full throttle. Start. Alright, start tilting. You know, I could just keep pulling to the right instead of worrying about being on prograde or not. Because it would be a slower way of doing it. I could keep my heights a little bit better. Saying that, I didn't really keep my height very well. We're now at the halfway point, so let's go on prograde. Just to that angle. Because we're about to test out to see what these do when I break them off. Alright, you ready? They didn't go off! Why didn't they start? What was that? We still have Bob in here? Yes. I think we want these on two different phases. Actually, what kind of thing do you use? You're a liquid fuel engine. So having this on the side of you should turn it on. I just think it couldn't detach and turn on the engines at the same time. I think they need to be slightly delayed. So if I turn them on and then decouple them, like within 2 seconds of each other, it should do the same thing. If we had the things that are actually used for this purpose, it happens in the same time. But right now we're just making a run to see if it will work. Alright, try one more time. If anything, it might be just down to luck and using the first rocket the correct way. So maybe I had the wrong angle when we decoupled the boosters the first time. I should have went more vertical. Okay, lock on prograde now. I wanted to see how loud this was for you guys. It doesn't seem too loud. Alright, we're at the halfway point at the correct height, so I'm gonna keep being on prograde for a while. I'm gonna stop right there. Because we're going to start the engines. I didn't break it off! It didn't stage and break them off. How is Bob still alive? Oh, he's right there. So the fairing broke apart. Why didn't it phase quick enough? Oh no. Or stage, I mean. I also realized that we don't need this much thrust. We only need a little bit, so let's do... You know, I can type it in. Let's do 15. Didn't mean to pick that up. Because things got hot very quickly with this being at full thrust. But probably doesn't need to be at full thrust just to pull apart. You know, what I could do is mess around with the staging right now. Make sure that it all works. So we're gonna reset. I just want to know if this will work. So if I stage now, and then again, probably should have did that when flying. So we're gonna stage us off immediately after taking off a little bit. So right there, turn them on, break them off. Oh, it does take a moment for them to fall off. Okay. So luckily the thrusters are turned down, so they shouldn't hit us. They might, because it seemed like these were going straight up as we were going up. But that was because they had thrust still going. So I think I can't do space. I have to wait a second and then break it off. Let's do it for real this time. Gonna start turning to the right. Bring our prograde over. I'm now gonna lock on prograde as it goes. Let's turn on the lights, even though we can't see anything right now. We're getting pretty close to the spot that I want to be at, so I think we might just stay on prograde for now. We are getting a little bit of air resistance. Alright, right about here is where I want to stop being on prograde. They just broke off, so if I start the engines and then break them off, what happens? They don't hit us. That is perfect. That is all I wanted that to do. Alright. Now we have a foolproof way of getting into orbit. Not that we needed one after that. I am going to turn us a little bit more downwards. Let's get us in a heading that's further up. Try to get a 96 or a 97 heading. tiny bit too high. Can I go down just a tad? A little bit more, please. I'd rather be on 96 than 97, but I don't think I can get there. I'm just gonna leave it where it is. We are now at 75 there, so let's put us on prograde. We will slowly point towards it. This will just get us quickly over to that horizontal area. And then I'll turn off prograde and turn us the rest of the way manually. Sorry, was just sneezing a lot. I don't know if you guys could hear that. Alright, we're now in prograde, so I'm going to hold right and just take us off that vector. And hopefully I don't turn too quickly. Meaning that I can't go backwards. There we go, that's more or less perfectly on the horizontal line. We're just going to wait a few more seconds before we start burning again. And I'm going to try to keep us on that line. Alright, right about now should be good. And now it's a lot easier to orientate us the correct way. We are getting pretty close to our highest point, but that should be fine. I think what I might want to start doing, instead of doing 15 seconds to apoapsis, we might do 20 seconds until we get to the apoapsis. I'm just trying to keep us at that point. We are about to break off our boosters, so hopefully they don't hit us. That's perfect. Okay, now time just to worry about our periapsis. I am turning us down a little bit to try and keep our apoapsis lower, but it doesn't seem to be working out that way. And stable orbit right there. Lowest point is at 70 kilometers. So, quick save. Find Minmus this time instead of Mun. That's another point where it will be at the lowest point compared to our orbit. So I'm going to fast forward till we get to that point. The Minmus gets to that point. Probably should have focused on Kerbin instead of doing this. But either way. We should be able to orbit around Kerbin one more time before we reach Minmus. So if I zoom in all the way and I click right here on DN, add a maneuver, keeping that open, I want to go like this and burn prograde, turn down, keep burning prograde, and there is a close encounter already. If I do a tiny bit more, and then turn that back even less, now I'm going to work on our time. Try and get our time a little. That's going back the other way now. Actually, if I look at this, what spot does it start saying that we hit our closest reach? .3 kilometers, 3.2. That went back to 3.3 at the end. So that's 3.2 million kilometers. If I go one more click, that's 3.3, so that went back out further. That's 3.276. So that's our closest point at this current trajectory, and I messed up something. But I think in a good way. I think it brought us closer. So I'm going to leave it there. We are going to lock on prograde, or lock on maneuver. It'll take us a tiny bit of time just to get there, but we'll be fine. Now, I can, at this point, break off our fairing. So let's do that. This will also allow us to put out our antennas, which I think is number 4. It is not, so it's number 3. And this should mean that I keep contact with Kerbin at all times, making the rockets a little bit easier to control, if I'm correct. Anyway, let's fast forward to getting to our maneuver. Alright, we are within a minute. As per usual, I'm going to speed us up once we get onto that maneuver node. There we go. Let's speed us up until we get within that 10-second time. Now this is a 1-minute burn time. There's our last 5 seconds, so I'm not going to be too worried about our timing. Or our speed, I mean. I'm just going to focus on us getting this hit point. For a second there, this looked like it had a second stage in it. I think it was just the stars behind the bar. Alright, just another 30 seconds. Alright, we're getting a lot closer, so if I stop right there and we just do slow burns. 3, 2, 1 millisecond, stop. Take that off now. And what I want to do is right after the AN, because that seems very close to the middle, I want to put a maneuver right there. I want to keep that as target. No, I was taking it off. I want to focus on here. Apparently we get a slight capture of Mun over here. Are we going to be messed up by that? Because we're actually going to shoot down this way. That's not good. How did I not notice that beforehand? We're gonna have to do 2 maneuvers. Why does it only show me getting Mun there now? Alright, let's put a node here. We're gonna burn normal a little bit. Or should I should probably burn anti-normal back here. Hopefully this will bring us out of Mun capture. There's a Minmus interaction. And it would put our periapsis too low, so let's go back up. Prograde, I guess? Yep. So we're doing our capture a little bit earlier than I would. That's pretty darn close. And then all we're gonna do... Look at this. Oh, we actually need to change it a little bit more. Luckily, I can grab onto it that time. Alright, I'm gonna go back up a little bit normal. Area is pretty much in line. That's good enough. Could I make this closer, though? Probably, if I do a little bit of retrograde. That's a lot of retrograde. No, we want to go prograde. Let's try to get this as close to the magic number as I want it. Right there's good enough. We'll just have to zoom in when we actually get to that burn. So, marker, please. Back to our little rocket. We have about 6 minutes until we get to that maneuver. Obviously, we're not going to wait for us to get... we're not going to wait 6 minutes to get to it. We're going to speed up once we get onto the maneuver node. Which is almost completely normal. Or I think that might be anti-normal. Either way, we shouldn't be getting caught by Mun this time. We are now on the maneuver, so let's fast forward a little bit. We're now within 30, or a minute, so let's get up that 30-second point. And this is a 2-second burn. So I'm going to pause this there, and what I'm going to do is the limiter. M, Z. Time for us to burn. We were a little bit shy because I changed thrust limiter at the wrong time, but should be fine. To focus our view in here, I want to slow us way down. I was going a little too quickly. I didn't realize that our angle here is a lot higher, so we're going to stop us once I see that our parry gets to the height that I want it. Or parry to where the maneuver is. I wasn't paying attention to going underneath the planet or not. Getting pretty close to our parry being at the orbital line. Or on the equator. I'm going to stop it right there. We already know what I'm going to do. Add a maneuver here. And then retrograde until we get in orbit. There we go. What does one more retrograde burn do? That's close enough for that amount of retrograde. And now we're at a point where... Oh, they're going to switch. So I need to focus on parry. Because we're going to start bringing the parry down instead. Okay, we're getting closer to 30 kilometers. And there's a good spot. So, again, maneuver. get us on that point, and then we're going to fast forward all the way over here. Actually, in the meantime, we should do a few polls. So, as I said at the beginning of the stream, we were going to do a quick talk about our 12-hour stream. So, in chat, I'm going to type out what we're going to end up doing for a 12-hour stream. So, the first 4 hours. Stream on Sunday. Saturday, not Sunday. The first 4 hours is, of course, going to be Stone to Space. So it's going to be more Kerbal Space Program. And then let's say the second 4 hours will be Lego Optimus Prime. The last quarter, I have no idea what we're going to do yet. There is a Nidoqueen in chat. So try and catch that Nidoqueen. That's a relatively strong Pokemon. And it's also Gen 1. I'm going to try and catch it, of course. So, my question while this is going on is, what should we do? Of our stream. We can either do model cars, which are modeled after G1 Transformers. I'm just going to put a transform, because I can't fit the whole thing, not enough characters. We could do community games. That's Community 2, not Community either. So it's like Goose Goose Duck and Repo. Well, I'll try to get some streamers to join if we want to do Repo. We'll also leave it open so that some of you guys can join, and it won't be only streamers. What would be the third thing? More Stone to Space, I guess. So it'll be still KSP again. And aside from that, I don't know any other ideas. And it looks like I caught Nidoqueen. So there's a poll. I'm actually going to change this from a minute to 2 minutes, maybe? Yeah, we'll put it at 2 minutes. So there's a 2-minute poll on what we should do for the third quarter, or any time after we're done Lego Optimus Prime. I'm hoping it's not going to take me 4 hours to do Lego Optimus Prime. I'm hoping it's going to take me less. I mean, Legos aren't that difficult for me to put together, but there are a lot of pieces, so who knows. But this is a question for just anything afterwards. And in the meantime, while you guys are voting for that, I am going to fast forward us to get over to this maneuver node. And it looks like the comm lander is flying around Minmus occasionally, but that's not true at all. Alright, we're within a minute, so I'm going to fast forward. Then slow us down when we get to 10 seconds. Right about now. 5. Oh, that's 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full thrusters. We have a 2-minute burn, though. So this should give me enough time to look at whatever the choice is. And if no one has voted, we'll do the same poll later on. Just because I don't know how many people are here. And it looks like at the minute time on our burn time, that's when the poll's going to be ended. Yeah, I had a feeling that there might not be many people here to do the poll right now. So we're going to do this poll later on in the stream again. And see what people say later on. But for right now, so I don't forget, I'm going to take a picture of the poll so that I can type the same 3 options. Because I don't know how else to do polls other than to type them out. Alright, we're starting to get close. At some point, our apoapsis and our periapsis are going to flip. Which should be right about now. There they go, switching. Let's slow us down here. And then we're going to do the same thing where we bring down our apoapsis, make it into a better orbit, and then we'll do another quick save right there. And that's below 15, so that's perfect. Get rid of this maneuver. Now that we can. Add another one here. And this one's just going to be burning retrograde to bring our apoapsis down. Let's try to get this. I want to know what our periapsis is as we do that. Click on the maneuver again. Okay, now I can see the periapsis. Should see at some point it starts going down as we're getting closer. That is pretty darn close, actually. If I switch it back to just right there, that would be better. Alright, back on the maneuver node. I'm going to turn RCS on and try and get us to that maneuver node a little bit quicker. And this time it's a 15-second burn. Once we get to that maneuver node, I'm going to turn off RCS. Alright, right about there we can turn it off. And fast forward. And it went very far out of reach, so I have to wait a little bit before we fast forward a little bit more to get closer to this maneuver. There we go. Gonna fast forward. And as we can see, it's getting closer to a retrograde burn, because that is what we're going to be burning. Retrograde only. Full throttle right now. And let's turn this way down, because we're just focusing on the height time. And not as close, and not where it is compared to the maneuver. Go a little bit quicker here. We're now within 30 meters, or 30 kilometers, I mean. $20 kilometers. And below 15. Right there is fine. This is a perfect spot for us to now look at where we're going to end up landing. This again is the largest area. So we're going to try to land there. Luckily, unfortunately, right now it is already halfway done the day. So I am going to... Oh, we're already focused on Minmus. We're going to fast forward quite a bit to get this globe to spin around again. So that right there, it is fully in sunlight. And now let's... Actually, I don't have to warp like that. I can just warp like this. I overshot it because I know this is going to keep spinning. And I want to know where this is once we get to that point. Because I'm trying to get 1/3 of the globe. Okay, is that about 1/3? We can look by going off of the satellites. So if we had a point here, 1/3 would be... it's a little bit of an overshot. Let's get a little bit closer. Let's try right here. That should be closer to 1/3. Now, we are going to go back retrograde. I'm going to turn RCS on just so we can get there quicker. And we are going to aim for right here. And we're going to use our last booster to slow us down quite a bit as we get into the atmosphere. So, we're about to be in retrograde. Once we get to it, I'm going to turn off RCS because we're going to get that popping noise. Turn it off right there. And I'm just going to do full throttle. Now we want to overshoot for right now. And then when we get closer to what we want to be at, that's when we start slowing down. So I am going to warp to here and go into this view. Oh, please don't hit that. I thought we were very close to hitting that. Let's get us back onto retrograde. And I want to rotate us. So that blue means up. Okay, right there. And we are going to do some burn. I have us on full throttle. And hopefully that means that retrograde goes up as well. So it should be turning us as we're going. Which I see the RCS is doing a little bit pops here and there. And we are losing quite a bit of speed. We're also rotating a little bit. So I think when we get to about 30 meters per second, we break off this engine and use the small thruster. Okay, I'm going to stop us right there. I want to get further away from this hill. But it doesn't look like we're getting further away from the hill. It looks like we're going to crash down right in front, right at the end of it. So if I just break you off now. That should crash down before us. What did that do to our projection? We're a little bit on the hill now. I'm going to put out the landing gears. We didn't save in the air, in orbit, I mean. Our last save was before we got to orbit. All the way back at Kerbin's orbit. So if we're going too fast, we're not going to make it. And I'll have to restart from all the way back at Kerbin's orbit. That's not very good. I'm also curious to see what happens to this. Is it going to explode or is it just going to land? There's our landing projection. And we are not slowing down. We are actually speeding up. So I think we actually need that rocket to land. I realize what's going wrong here. We did not test the thrust to weight ratio of this engine on Minmus. So this does not have enough power to slow us down or to take off. And I guarantee that 35 meters per second is too fast to safely land. I mean, that did safely land. I don't think any of it broke off, but I don't think we're going to safely land. Here it is. Yep. I had a feeling that was going to happen. So I should be able to revert to launch pad. Yes, but we're actually going to do revert to vehicle assembly. Because I need to check that engine. So we know that everything down here works correctly. I want to delete fairing. And what I want to do is take everything off from this decoupler down and move it over. And then we're going to take a quick break for the restroom. Alright chat, we're back already. Did the camera move? I just realized how low it's sitting. I am 100% sure that this camera is slowly extending out the hinge as it's sitting here. So the camera that we're using right now is a web camera, so it has a hinge to, you know, it latches onto the monitor, and then this part of the hand has another hinge to point downwards. I have it like this right now, and I think it's slowly spreading out. So it's slowly... Oh, wait, no, this way would have been. I'm not sure what happened there. But anyway, we need to look at velocity, sea level, Minmus. And that should tell us the TWR, which is not enough. So if we look at different engines, I want to put this on size. We probably want the spark. That's a lot. Wait a second. Okay, so that's 100% thrust. That's not the right one. Alright, I want that open, and then we're going to turn this down to 50. That should cut it down to 4. If I do 25, it should get us down to 2. Half of 25 is 12.5. That's where I want to be. Actually, I want a little bit more. Can I do 13? It'd be closer to 1.3. No, but maybe 14 would be 1.3. Oh, 16? What about 15.5? How close can I get to perfect? I'm gonna guess that 15 is not 1.3 exactly. No. We'll do 15.5. It looks like my neighbor's about to start cutting the lawn, so we might hear a lawnmower, if you guys don't already. I can't hear anything because I have earbuds compared to my headphones. Anyway, we are going to save that. And then zoom out. We're going to put all this back on. Hopefully it saved all the phasing and everything correctly. I just want you on there. I also want to know how high up from the ground this entire thing is. If I go like this and we rotate a little bit. Yeah, the side boosters are a little bit too high. If I grab this decoupler. Actually, no. Grab this. No snapping. Just bring this down a tiny bit. That might make this all hit at the same point. I think that's better for us. Not sure. Anyway. We have to now rebuild the fairing. Let's grab this, build fairing. We're gonna go straight up. Wow, for some reason this goes very far straight up. I thought it was gonna have to be multiple sections. Not sure what changed. We're gonna go there as the first fairing part. Then I'm trying to look inside to see if anything needs to be changed. It looks like it's pretty good. It's not touching anything. So we're just gonna go straight in. Just like that. And we are going to save this as Mark IV because not much changed. Let's try again. This time, we should be good. We already know that the boosters work properly now. Alright, now it's time to start turning. And lock on prograde. And in a little bit, I might want to take off prograde. Yes, I do. Back on prograde. And we're still a little too low, so I'll turn off prograde here. And we'll just stay at this point. It's almost time to turn on our breakaway thrusters. There they go, and here go the boosters. Oh, that hit. That hit us, but didn't break anything, so I'm fine. And now the usual stuff. Everyone knows how we get to orbit. feel like we're climbing slowly. Or just slower than usual. Not sure if that's true or not. There's our orbital change. And we're in the 60s now, so we're about to be in orbit. There's our orbit vector. I'm going to turn that off now while we are spinning a little bit, so that I have a little bit of extra boost getting us turned, since the controls are spongy. Welcome in, Glow! I'm doing pretty well. We have done maybe 5 attempts to get the Minmus this stream alone. We're having quite a bit of issue just tweaking things that we forgot about. Our first attempt, we got to Minmus, and we did not slow down fast enough, so we crash landed. And not in a good way. We just did the next attempt and found out that we don't have the power in our lander to slow down. So we don't even have enough to bunny hop around the globe or to take off to come back to Kerbin. So I just changed out our engine for our lander for a stronger engine, so now we can get a bounce and able to take off from Minmus. And we're doing our next attempt. Let's do full throttle here. Can you crash land in a good way? In terms of KSB, yes. You want to aim your angle to be as though you would crash land. And then in the moment, you're actually going to slow yourself down. So you're going to slow your speed. That way you just safely touch the ground. But it would still be a trajectory of a crash land. You're aiming straight for the planet instead. That's all I mean by crash land. A bad crash land is obviously you didn't slow down fast enough and it was just boom. Also, Slicky was in here earlier and voted for another mug. So we have this pumpkin mug that I have a China set for. Let's break off those boosters. Hope they don't hit us. They do not. That's perfect. Right, I'm going to aim downwards because our apoapse is getting pretty high up. I'm a little worried about a periapse as it's starting to slow down. Are we going to at least make it to 70 kilometers? Our apoapse is very, very high up. I don't know if we're going to make it into an orbit. I am fighting it hard to try and get... You know, we're going to cut it there. And I'm going to do a quick save. Actually, we're very close to having an orbit. Oh, now we're going down. Never mind. We're close to an orbit, and now we're not. Quick save. We don't have to worry about our lowest point, because we're going to be going out this way, I think. Twitch is being completely off today. The stream crashed already twice right now. I think it's your end, because usually when it's my end, it'll say that I reconnected. But I do see that my kilobytes per second is fluctuating quite a lot. So it could be my end. Well, I'm not sure. What is the best position to increase periapsis? You want to do it... Now it's hard to tell your total burn time to get your periapsis up. But if this was our apoapsis, the highest point before an orbit, you want to burn halfway. Like if you have a 20-minute burn time, you want to do 10 minutes before the apoapsis, and then the next 10 minutes afterwards. So you want to get the apoapsis in the middle of your burn time. I don't know how to do that, like how to guess it without doing a maneuver. So I was just guessing 20 seconds before apoapsis is perfect, and I forgot to test that out this stream, or this attempt. We know that 15 seconds is just a little too low. Oh, it is 100% your end? Okay, Glow. I'm sorry to hear that. But anyway, we should be safe here with a almost semi-kilometer high lowest point. The best way to increase periapsis is the apoapsis. So as long as you get the apoapsis without crashing into the planet, you should do it there. It slightly does not work out that way, because when you're already at the apoapsis and you're trying to burn prograde, you're already past your highest point, so you're going down as you're trying to increase the next highest point. So you want to burn it beforehand so that half of it's already done. Anyway, we are going to set target. So this is the next point that Minmus will reach closer. Well, right now I'm very far. I don't need to increase the periapsis. We should be fine. We are going to... Oh, it's going the other... Wait, what? No, I'm not focused on the right thing. Hold on. I focus on here. I am going to focus on our periapsis because I think this is going to change every time we make an orbit. But we should have enough speed to get back out. If not, we'll do a quick save, or a quick load. And... our music stopped. Because we are not in an orbit height right now. That did go down. Okay, so maybe I do want to bring this up just slightly. Let's warp to right here. We're gonna burn prograde. How long until we're in... Why are we still in this speed? No idea why that's doing that. I think it's because this is an unstable orbit. It is a lot easier to do maneuvers with a regular looking circle somewhere around 80 kilometers each side. That's why I usually shoot for like 75, because I'm not trying to get the perfect orbit. I do want to know why it's warping so slowly. That was weird. Now it's able to go. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Glow. I hope you have a better time. Alright, let's turn... Actually, let's phase. And break off that fairing. We're going to press 3 to get our antennas out. And then we're going to turn RCS on to turn us quicker. And we only have to burn a little bit. We don't have to burn quite a bit to get our periapsis up. Right there, turn that off. There we go, that's already full burn. So, quick save there because we know it's a stable orbit, and I am just going to fast forward until Minmus gets to where I want it. Alright, right there should be close enough. I also finished the mug. I'm gonna place that aside and grab the black mug from behind me. And now we are going to set up our maneuver. Now what I'm going to do, since I have a hard time setting this up and then clicking on Minmus, is I'm going to focus on Minmus first and then attempt to put the maneuver down. Okay, this looks like it's actually going to work better for me. So right there is an encounter, funny enough. I obviously don't want to be that far out, so if I just bring this in. We are getting further away on our closest approach, but I just want an orbit just in case something goes wrong. Yeah, it's good enough to start out with. We need to mess with the timing a little bit. If I bring this down further, which way do we go if I press this? Oh, we go the way that I want to go. Nice. If I just keep going this way, we're getting slow or lower down, bring our apoapsis up more. This over more. Right now our apoapsis is at the point that Minmus would be at the equator, or close to it. Let's do a little bit more. Okay, now if I bring our apoapsis down, we are going further away. And honestly, if I keep doing this, we're just going to keep burning. Let's do the smallest amount of burn to get there, and then we'll just adjust later on. So that is aiming directly towards Minmus when we are right here. If I go left more, do we get closer? No, it looks like we get further away. It looks like every time I change one item or the other, it just brings us closer to that point. So, I'm going to leave us right there. We're going to lock on the maneuver node. I'm going to turn RCS on just so we can get there a little bit quicker. And then this time, I'm going to hopefully remember to save when we're in orbit around Minmus. Alright. Turn OCS off there. And we are going to fast forward. Oh, no, we need to fast forward that way first. So that we have time to readjust our angle. Now we fast forward. And for the moment, I'm going to do a max throttle until it gets to about 10 seconds in our burn time. Right there. And we are going to save this rocket booster for quite a while. Because we're going to try and use it to slow us down on our descent. Alright, we are getting pretty close, so I'm gonna keep slowing down as we hover around 8 seconds. Alright, that was a little too far down. But that is the lowest point of our thrusters, so we're just going to focus on the seconds now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Alright. And now we go like this. Add another maneuver, because I should have an interaction here. I do not, so we're gonna have to get an interaction first and then change what we do. I'm thinking radially in will change us that way that I want to be changed. There's the interaction, so I should have went more this way before we did this burn. But this is fine in a way. We can still go down. I went too far. And we are on the wrong side of Minmus, so if I change the time, going the wrong way. Let's turn this up. I want us to rotate counterclockwise. Oh, that was too much normal. Okay, now if I go this way... At which point is it too far away? Let's bring that up. That went back the other way. I think it's because I moved the mouse a little bit. Alright, that's good. Let's bring it down. Because, oh, that was too much. All movements on radial or normal. I need a tiny bit more closer. That's good enough. Now, can I change the timing to where we're closer? And then readjust? I move the mouse again. Alright, we're almost there. That's a good point. Where are we in terms of the line? We are actually perfect right there. So, that's the burn we're going to do. Lock on maneuver again. RCS just to get us there quicker. I should probably be checking our monopropellant as we're doing this. Because we are using quite a bit just to do this maneuver. Or to get over to the maneuver quicker. The burn time is 9 seconds, so of course I'm not going to do a 9-second burn. I'm going to do a slow burn. Right, that should be close enough. Turn RCS off. We're now at the maneuver. Fast forward so we get to the maneuver node. Get us back on the maneuver, and I'm going to fast forward. And stop there. We're going to start off with as little thrust as I can to see what the time would be. And then we'll speed up. So this is only a 30-second burn here. Right, now we're within 10 seconds. We should start seeing our interaction. There it is. If I stop for a second, we click on this, and we just do small burn. Just until we hit that sweet spot. We're coming in fast. Shouldn't be too much of a problem as we get closer, but it might be. And that is good enough. So now, node here. Let's get our orbit. That's a very close one already. How close to 15 can I get before it goes the other way? Right there. That's an orbit that I like. Alright. Moving over to this. It is relatively close by, so I'm not going to use RCS. Alright, we're on the node. Let's fast forward to this. And here we go. And this is another 7-second burn time, so we're not going to be doing a full burn. We're going to be doing small, slow burns. Right, we're within 10 seconds now. And start. Now that is a 4-minute burn. In the meantime, I am going to turn that down. Move this to full throttle now. Pretty soon we should be getting our orbit capture. There it is. I'm going to stop for a second. We need to click on this and do small burn. Just not that small. Let's speed this up even further. Seems like it's slowing down as we get closer. Alright, we're almost in that magic report point, I mean. So I'm going to slow us down as we get closer to 15 kilometers. We might not make 15 kilometers. Because it looks like our apoapsis is coming up. Our periapsis is going way down. Hold on a second. I'm going to save right here, because I don't think that's a good orbit. And this we can at least change if we need to. But for now, we're just going to see where we could land. There's the big landing spot again. Let's try and aim for that. If we can't survive going around this orbit, we'll obviously fix it. We'll reload. So I'm going to do another quick save just to make sure. And what I want is this big area in the sun, which it's really close by to. Okay. Don't have to do that much spinning, or that much time warp. We probably do have to do an orbit around Minmus first. Oh, we're too close to warp faster. But those are periapsis go down as we leave the periapsis. I don't think it went down. Anyway, we are going to try and... You know what, let's fix the orbit. Just make it easier on us. Wasn't prograde just right there? Oh, it's right there. I was looking at retrograde, I guess. Alright, we are almost there. If I do a small burn now... That is bringing our periapsis up. Let's get this above 12 kilometers. I am purposely burning a little past periapsis just to see if I can bring it down, and at the same time we're bringing this up. Whoop! I did max throttle. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to press X and I pressed Z. Now I'm gonna have to do retrograde at both places. If I turn RCS on, do we get there quicker? A little bit. We're just gonna burn retrograde right here. We have a lot of extra fuel. It's not like I'm wasting fuel. In doing this, we might actually bring down our apoapsis as well. I mean, it's going down ever so slightly. Alright, this time I'm going to shoot below 14 kilometers. This time, pressing X. Let's try and keep us close to our periapsis here. as we warp over. That should be close enough. Alright, we are a little too close to our periapsis, so let's turn RCS on so we can get to retrograde quicker. Because we're only left to burn a little bit. I start burning here. Here comes our apoapsis. Burn a little bit quicker to get this down faster. And close enough. Now I'm gonna worry about where we're landing. We still get this high spot, so let's save and just fast forward. Alright. Well, I fast forward way too fast there. Pressed the wrong button. I went to slow down and I sped up instead. We want to go about a third, so let's go to here. Go a little bit further. Because we're going to spend some time just trying to get back to retrograde. Once we get to retrograde, we're going to start burning into the lake. And we are really close to the time that we would normally rate out, so maybe we do another hour. Past our normal. We'll go like 5 hours stream time instead of just 4. Because the whole point of this was to get to Minmus. And we pretty much spent 2 streams just testing out what we're doing. So, at this point, I don't need to do any maneuvers. We're just going to do full burn. And I'm going to try to get our blue line to end right here. That's perfect. Let's zoom to here. And then get back to retrograde. I'm going to rotate our nav ball. So that I'm facing blue being upwards. Okay, that should be good. I'm going to do full thrusters right now to try and aim our trajectory down. Since we're focused on retrograde, it should follow where we're trying to go. And this thruster should slow us down quite enough. So we're just trying to aim anywhere in here. At this point, we're above the lake, so we should 100% be missing that. I don't know exactly where we're going to end up landing, but this should be good enough. We're going to use this rocket to get all the way down to about 10 meters per second, and then we're going to phase and use this rocket to slow us down the rest of the way. Or should I just get closer? No, let's break it off. I think it'd be safer this way. And if I do full thrusters on this, we should be getting pretty close to being full upwards. Now this should not explode when it hits down. It's probably going to be just sitting there. That should be fine. I do want to get us closer to the ground. I'm going to speed up. Slow us down. Because we are still somehow in an orbit. I didn't realize just how high up we were with that other rocket. We probably could have used the weight to bring us down faster. But I'm going to speed up a little bit until we get closer. Actually, we are going quite fast. Let's slow us down. I can't even tell if that has landed yet. I don't think it has. If I speed up... it definitely has not landed because I can see the shadow of it now. Why did the thruster turn off? That was weird. We gained speed. Why did we gain speed? We might not make it. What I can do is turn this thrust limiter all the way up. Probably the better option. Let's slow this down so that we're not still speeding up. There we go. We're slowly losing speed as we're going down now. Now we're speeding up again. I also did not put lights on our landing, so we're going off of the shadow itself to see how far away we are. We're within 600 meters now. $500 meters. I'm going to slow us down a lot faster now. I think we're going to be losing 2 meters per second for every 100 meters. I'm going to speed us up a little bit to about 5 meters per second. That should get us down quite fast. I am going to retract this ladder just in case. And then we'll place it back out again. We need to slow down a little bit faster now. We're within 200 meters. We're about to be within the last 100 meters. If I just do large bursts. We're getting closer within the last 40 meters, now within the last 30. Last 20. Now we're so close that the moment I do a quick burst, we're actually going up. Almost touchdown. Well, I went up. And that is a full touchdown. We have made it to Minmus. Extend the ladder. We can unpin that. And now, we save. So, we should be in the Greater Flats if I do a number 1. Welcome in, Regis. One small step for Coded, one giant leap for Bob Kerman. Now, why did action group number 1 do nothing? Because I pressed F1 instead of number 1. Okay, so we do have Greater Flats here. While the material samples were processed, you began to turn your thoughts to how much Minmus looks like a mint desert, and have discovered that you are now hungry. The crew report, temperature, atmosphere, goo. We're now going to get out, climb all the way down, because we should be able to with that ladder there. And if we let go, we do hit the ground a little hard. But now we're way over here. I can plant a flag, so we're going to do that. Definitely not going to remove the helmet. Take a surface sample. The surface seems to consist of tiny crystal-like grains. Very pretty, but probably not edible. Why would you want to eat it anyway? Because it's grains? EVA, you feel a bit like a superhero when you jump in low gravity. Alright, let's place a flag right here. The first time we've ever placed a flag. There we go. I just realized that we never changed our logo. We're going to call this Minmus 1. Just in case we come back. We're not going to put a flag on every time we land this rocket as we're bunny hopping. But I guess this would be good for now. I don't want to go too fast and then we end up flying in the air like that. Okay, now let's go back up. We're going to go inside the rocket. We're going to collect all the signs. Then we're going to get back out and readjust the goo and Science Junior. So let's pin this up here and also pin this up here so that I don't have to look at this. Because right here I see reset on both of them. I can't reset both of them from the module, but I can if I stand right here. That's good to know. Climb back in, press 2, collect all of the data, and get back out. All the way down. So we want to restore and restore. And then we get back in. Where should we go next? I take a look at the globe, we should probably be heading in rotation of the orbit. So if we head to this area, we might be able to get 3 different types of science. It'll be the slopes, hopefully, then the lowlands, midlands, on our way up here to the flats, which is the lowest point. This is a little bit higher. Actually, this is the higher of it. Unless it just means space-wise that it's greater flats because it's the largest amount of flats. No idea. We're going to get in here. We're going to do SAS and RCS. And I'm going to see if the RCS is enough just to lift us up. It is not, so we need a tiny bit of thrust. So if I go back down to here and we turn this back to 15 or something close to it. You know, let's do 15. I should still have enough thrust to take off. I can hear the engines turning on. We are now moving. And now I want to try and rotate us. But I don't know which way is the rotate button. That seems to spin, that spins the other way. Okay, so we're gonna have to rotate this way. Without RCS, I think. And I kind of want to point us this way. We want to go up more. We might honestly want more thrust. If I bring us straight up now. Because we're aiming straight at this hill. I am a little worried about hitting the hill. I just aim retrograde. And then we go up more. Alright, prograde. I'm gonna make you bounce around a little bit. Come back over here. I'm gonna lock on you so that you don't move more. Where are we going again? We're pretty much going right on top of this hill right here. So I'm gonna take you off. I actually want to go this way. There is a Scyther in chat. That's the first time I've seen a Scyther. Hold on a second. That's Gen 1, obviously, because we heard the noise. Apparently that is not the right command. I typed that wrong. There we go. Let's see if we can catch it. Now, I want to pull prograde way over here. And maybe not so much thrust. Alright, now I think we're a little too high, so if I cut both thrusters, turn us prograde, or retrograde. And just slow us down to a halt. This should be relatively flat enough, and it's 100%... Oh, looks like I caught Scyther. It's 100% too far away from the Midlands. So this has to be the Highlands, or the Lowlands. And we're going to test out to see what happens to the ladder if I leave it out. Where is our shadow? That's the question. Oh, there it is. I think we're going too fast. No, we're not. Okay. Nice. Hold on a second. That message is not updated for YouTube. I must not have clicked save when I fixed that. We are up to episode 27, or part 1 of episode 27. So ignore that number. It's not 1 through 20. Anyway, let's press number 1. That's Lowlands right there. Touch below. Thanks, Regus. While the materials samples were processed, you began to run your thoughts. You began to turn your thoughts to how much Minmus looks like a mini dessert. And have now discovered you are now hungry. Okay, so it's pretty much the same thing we had in the last thing, but a little bit different. Alright, EVA, the usual stuff. Actually, if I just let go... we fall, but they don't get hurt from fall damage. Alright, take surface sample. You sneak a taste of the surface sample. No idea how they did that with a helmet on. Nope, it is definitely not made of delicious dessert products. Not EVA. You feel a bit like a superhero. Okay, so the EVA is going to say the same thing. It's just going to be a different biome when we get to the point, get to the parts. I grab this. There is a straw for the helmet. Okay, Regus. Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to go in here. We're going to collect all the signs. We're going to get out and reset the 2 science things that we have to reset. Go, Science Junior. And then while I am flying uphill even more to the Midlands, which I'm hoping we can get what is either slopes? I guess this would be slopes here. This is probably, or at least 100% Midlands, because it goes underneath this. But we have no idea what slopes are, so we're going to aim for the highest point and hope that's it. While we're doing this, we're going to do that poll that we did earlier. So beforehand, I'm going to open up the picture that we took. Because I had a feeling that no one was here earlier. And I'm going to write this out. So this poll is about our 12-hour stream. I have a few questions. Don't know what we're going to do for the third quarter of it. Or third. Again, we had moved our 12-hour stream to this Saturday. And the only things that we knew we were going to do is that the first 4 hours is going to be Stone the Space with KSP. The second 4 hours we're going to be doing Lego Optimus Prime. But the third 4 hours, I have no idea what we're going to do. So, now Riga's made a joke about doing a 4-hour burger stream. We are going to have Burger King at some point. I don't know what time my mom's going to be able to get Burger King for us. But we're not going to make that just a whole 4 hours. I will definitely eat that burger within 10 minutes. So, that message I just posted was our current plan. What I'm going to do next is set up a poll. So the question is, what should we do after building Optimus Prime on the 12-hour stream? Our first option is model cars. As I showed in a previous stream, I have 5 model cars that I am building after the Generation 1 Transformers. So we can either do one of them or some of them, depending on how long it takes. It usually takes me quite a while to do a model car, so we're probably not going to finish it within the 12-hour stream if we start doing it. But I could just come back a different day and finish the rest of the car. We could also do community games, such as Goose Goose Duck and Repo. I could get some, maybe a few streamers into doing it, or also we could have just chat playing with us. And then the last thing is just more Stone to Space story again in KSP. So that's the 3 options. After LEGO Optimus Prime, do we do model cars, community games, or do we come back to Kerbal Space Program and play even more? That's the poll. It is up. It is probably set on 2 minutes by accident. I should have made sure to change that to 1 minute. But either way, I'm going to now start flying up this hill. Let's do full thrust. That's not where I want to return. I want to rotate this way. And we want to go this. And this time, I'm just going to do short bursts. To match the height that we want. I probably should just burn completely for right now to get to the height, but I also don't want to be going too fast. So what is our height is still climbing. That's good. I want it to keep climbing. Because we are going to get closer to this hill at some point. So as prograde starts getting closer to us, we should be climbing up the hillside. At some point, this is going to stop getting higher, and it's going to just go lower. Because we'll be getting too close to this hill. Oh, I do have to worry about our velocity. So let me... Okay, how much velocity do I need to get back home? I didn't write down how much we need to get them back home. From Kerbin to Minmus, it's 930 meters per second. We will stop flying around when we get to 1,000. How close are we to 1,000? we might be going to the last science right now. And somebody voted for the model cars, so we will be doing probably Bumblebee because he's the smallest out of the models, or we could do Prowl. Or Hound, I mean. I'm not sure what we're going to do. Anyway, let's get back into here. And hopefully get to the height that we're trying to get to before we run out of speed. And there goes one earbud, so I'm going to get my headphones ready. That also means that the crown has to come off. We're getting pretty high. I am dropping everything all over the place. Pause for a second. Okay, I'm just going to take off the other headphone because I know it's going to die at some point quick or soon. There we go. Alright, back to this. We're gonna go retrograde and start burning away. So that we hopefully pop at some point. Now, looking at the ground, I can't tell if this is a new biome or not. We definitely want to slow down. Hi, Tori. I think I want a lot more thrust than that. Alright, that's pretty good. Now, I don't know why retrograde went below us. What? I don't know what's going on here. There we go, now it's back to where it should be. That was very odd. Hold on a second, what? Bear with me, chat, for a second. Alright. Now we should be going the right way. No, we're going all over the place. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. We're not going the way that I want to go. We messed up big time here. Where was our last autosave? Please be in orbit. We'll do another touchdown. Oh, it was after we touched down. Awesome. That's better than what I was hoping for. Did we do the science here already? I think we did. We did not. So you already know what this is. How high up are we gonna go? And what happens when we hit the rocket? Okay, nothing to the rocket. Cool. Surface sample. EVA. Get back in here. Get back in. Press 2. Get back out. Open this. Keep this up here. Close this. Go down. This as well. So we can click, and then get back in. Okay. Now, how did I mess this up so badly the last time? I want this open so I can see where we're going. Then which direction are we going? We are going away, so we want to go this way. How much thrust do I have on this? It is full thrust, so we're just going to do a little bit of thrust until we take off. There we go. Then I'm going to try pushing our prograde pretty close to horizontal, but not. So that we are still getting some height over this. Can I turn a little bit this way? I think we need to bring prograde up a little bit more. By a little bit, I mean quite a bit. Give it some more thrust. More thrust. Even more thrust, because we're getting close to that hill. Okay. At this point, I think I can just stop it, and then we'll burn this way a little bit. Oh, that definitely wasn't the right thing to do. Where is retrograde going? Can I just watch it go up? Is that what I was supposed to be doing the first time? Because this seems like it's working out better than the last time. If I start doing a slow burn here, to slow us down as we're falling. And quite close, we should slow down enough. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. That's touchdown right there. Okay, this, again, should be the lowlands. And I'm kind of waiting for us to stabilize here. We're gonna keep rocking. Should I turn RCS on? Just trying to stabilize this a little bit. Oh, maybe it's turn them off. No, it wasn't that. Because we're on a hill. Oh no. I'm trying so hard to work with RCS to get us upright again. So this might fall over as we get out because of how top-heavy it is. Why is it falling over, though? Alright, let's try and bounce up from here a little bit. I'm going to try going over here. Mind you, I'm purposely staying close to the ground. What happens if we go all the way? If I turn SAS off. Okay. I want to know what happens. I'm trying my hardest to go up. We are starting to go up, I think. Hard to tell which way is up when I'm rotated. There we go. Hopefully over here is a little bit flatter. Oops, went too fast there. This is a whole issue in itself. Slowing down. Will you stay standing right here? Because when I get out, SAS is going to turn off. It's not going to be here to keep it upright. That looks fine. If I turn SAS off, what happens? Not much tilt. There is some tilt, though, so I have to be quick in getting in and out, I guess. This definitely is the lowlands if I get out and jump off. Didn't mean to send myself rotating like a corkscrew. Because I don't know what happens if we hit the rocket. Surface sample. We also did not put the flag down. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Let's plant the flag here instead. I think we called it Minmus 1. Because it's not technically the first landing. Alright, what happens when we try to climb up here? We put too much weight on the side and it starts tipping over? Doesn't seem like it. We might be doing better now. Restore. B. Alright. We want to try going up the hill again, right? Hopefully this time I can do it correctly. But if I go in this direction, we do want to go up the highest point. So I'm going to get us a little bit of thrust and then rotate us a little bit. Oh, I hit the flag. We want to go this way. And we really want to just be going up, I think. Turn RCS on, just in case. Now, in which directions does this go? I have no idea which way that's going. Because they're all shooting off different directions. Like, if I do L... Okay, that's more or less to the left. Or to the right. This is to the left. I think that rotates. That's M. That's not what I went for. And shoots us down. It shoots us up. Alright, we're gonna cut our speed here. I'm gonna also turn off RCS so it doesn't stop our thrust. And I want to point away from where we're going. I have a feeling we are not going to where I want to be. I just do full throttle here for a second. We want a little bit more going up. We're getting a little bit better at flying this. I wouldn't say perfect, but better. I'm just trying to get to what it should be considered the bin lands. I also don't want to go too fast. We're going a little too far onto the ground. Okay, that should be good. If I just rate prograde going this way, or retrograde, I guess it would be. No, we definitely want to stay near retrograde as we're falling. Can we stay upright? I don't think we can. I think this is too slanted. If we turn off SAS. How are we going this way? Come on. And back up. RCS is trying. It can't do much. Is this even Highlands? Midlands, I mean. I do one. It does count as Midlands, so what I'm gonna do is we're gonna roll this a little bit. Just onto these two legs, because I should be able to get out. Just a little bit more. Alright, if I put these out just to make sure that we stay still. We're using the legs as an anchor now. I get out from right here. Service sample, EVA report. I should be able to reset all of these from out here. I didn't mean to reset that yet. Oops. Keep that. I need a way to get into this, and that just threw me. Okay. The rocket's a little too turned. If I go like this, can I grab it? I can grab it. Look at that. Alright. Get back in. Collect all the science. Get back out, and then we restore these. Just so that we know it's... We have 1,000 meters per second and roughly a 930 meters per second return to Kerbin. So I think we head back and we do this in multiple trips. Is there anything I need to update on the to-do list? I can update manned MUN landing. to being completed because we did land on Minmus, even though it's not Mun. And all I need to do right now is figure out how the heck I'm going to rotate the rocket in a way that puts us facing upwards, which seems to be working out somehow. Don't know what I ended up rotating the correct way that made it. Whoop. Okay. We should probably be facing east, right? Actually, maybe this is good enough. I just do a little bit of throttle until we can lift up. That went the wrong way. Can I lift up this? Nope, not without a little bit of thrust. RCX. Not sure. What if I take the landing gears out? Alright, that helped. We are just gonna go all the way up to 15 kilometers high of an orbit. That is max throttle. That's 15 on an apparatus. We can unpin these now. I'm going to put a maneuver node. Make sure that we get the right lower point. Actually, we could just head for home, but I don't think we should try. I think I should do this to make sure that we make it out. Does that get picked up by the... Not unless I talk. Awesome. Okay. I need that open. Because we're trying to find the lowest point that this can be at. That's good enough. Oh wait, no, I want to lock on the maneuver node. Which pretty much is prograde, but still. This is just so that I don't mess up getting back home, hopefully. The 12-second burn, it shouldn't be too difficult to do. There we go. And then where do I have to go to be able to get all the way home? We're obviously going to be doing prograde in quite a large amount. Why is it doing this? Because we're at the wrong point. I go this way. Okay. We should be focusing on the purple line, because that is us getting out of Minmus's capture. Purple line is Kerbin's capture, which... that needs to be changed quite a bit. That is a lot of... velocity. I did something wrong here. Let's replace this with a new maneuver. I am concerned. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. I should just go right here and increase prograde. That doesn't seem to be changing the way that I want it to. If anything, it's making me... Okay, there we go. We're starting to go back out. This is what I wanted to see. There goes that. Okay. Don't know why the purple line is going that far. I think I am doing this with the wrong spot. I think I might want to be going against Minmus's orbit. Which means I would have to go where Apoapsis is, so I'm going to fast forward us to over here. So the maneuver node is now in front of us. I actually want it to be over here. Alright, that's captured with Kerbal. I want you to be opened at all times, and I messed up the maneuver. So now I can see the height. Which way do I have to go? 17, 16, 16, 16, 4... 16, 4, 16. Okay, and then do I have to do normal? Yes, I do. Until it stops changing. 16, 4, 33, 2, 2, 4, 2, 6, 8, 2, 4, 3, so that's the closest that can be now. What about radially in? That brings us a lot closer. We're getting there, chat. We're actually using quite a little velocity. So I think what I wrote down is give extra 225 meters per second is actually the return velocity. So what I think we're going to do is forget about going home right now, because we have another 500 meters per second we could use. I don't know where the last save was. So we're actually going to go all the way back. And then in our next stream, we're going to come back here. Since we have everything prepared, we have the satellite working correctly, so we're not going to end up spending 3 hours just changing things on the rocket and the satellite, the lander, I mean. So when we come back on our 12-hour stream, we'll be coming and getting all of this delicious science that we left here. In the meantime, I'm going to try and get this. Actually, I want this open. I want to try and get this point to being a low enough number that it's not too fast changing. That's the wrong way. Why is that going back up? Oh, I hit a smallest point there. Okay, what? Because I was doing radial, wasn't I? Or normal. I meant to do radially in, but less. 31's a little too sharp. Can I go back out a little bit? That's too far out. I want to go a little bit less. That is close enough. This is what we're going to do to get home. So, put me on the maneuver, which is right nearby, and get me over there. It is a 40-second burn. So I should come out here and figure out how to focus on Kerbal. There we go. Because we were going to focus on our periapsis when we get to that point. We're going to fast forward until we're closer to 10 seconds. Just like our usual. There we go, that's close enough. And one full throttle. I have no idea where to look to see our periapsis come down here. Because I see apoapsis, that's not the one I want to look at. I think that is. If I start throttling down... We are going to make it home with quite a bit of science. It's 2 or 3 biomes? I think it's just 2 biomes. But I think I might want to add wheels to this. We're just going to make it a Land Rover in a way. But then again, the Land Rover, when we tried it before, was very hard to handle, so maybe we don't put wheels on it. We're getting quite close. The only thing I don't want to do is overshoot and go less than 35 kilometers. Being a little bit higher is fine. Alright, we're getting pretty close there. We're now within 60 kilometers. 50 kilometers. 40, that's 34, so that's fine. So now, let's warp all the way over to here. Time warp stopped. Why did we crash? What? Where's our last autosave? Why did we crash into Minmus? We auto-saved right here last. That's good and bad. It's good in a way that we're at a spot pre-leaving Minmus. But it's also bad because I have to do all that science again. So we have no science. So chat, we spent 9 hours over the past 2 streams, Monday and today, doing nothing. Aside from landing, pretty much. So we're just gonna save here. Call it a day. I am gonna do our screenshot from right here though. So let's see who is live, who we're gonna go say hi to. In the meantime, I'm going to move stuff around so I can see this a little bit easier. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 AM EST to 12:30 PM EST, and on Sundays from 10 AM EST to 2 PM EST.